Also water. Where's my water? There we go. Welcome to my fitness channel. You're looking for ways to lose weight, stay fit? All you have to do is eat cheese sticks and also drink a full mug of whipping cream. And it'll melt away on its own. Hello, Keb. How's it going? Eat any date sims lately? Oh, that's loud. Alright, we left off right here. Before heading off in here. I don't really remember this place, so I'm gonna rest before we go anywhere. I'm kind of busted. Hearthstone. I don't know when you... Like, I don't know what the last thing that you do is the last thing you can do before going to the White March. But I have to do more things, because I made the White March too hard.
I'm here.
It's Jamal. Still.
Tread carefully, Estromor.
What does Estromor mean? What is that from? Like, what kind of language is that? It's Estromor. Estonia? Elementary Gland Pothon. Because I feel like that is a real word. The real name. Means foreigner. It's a cool word. I like that word. I really enjoy linguistics when it comes to inventing languages. That's really interesting. I wish I kind of want to read about that to some degree, but I can't be arsed. I don't have time or energy for anything like that. There's so many things I want to do. I bought a synth. I have a guitar. I want to play both. I also want to learn how to do high-res art. I don't have time or energy for anything. Because I'm programming and then we're streaming. Honestly, the only way for me to do anything like that would be to stop streaming entirely. More or less. Or just play guitar on stream, and I don't want to do that. Not because it's embarrassing, but just because people will give you tips 24/7 when you literally just need to practice your dexterity. The warrior saunters over, a sneer of suspicion visible beneath streaks of paint. He glances at your gear before favoring you with a long look. Another fugitive from the burning city. The 6 tribes of Air Glanfath welcome you to Twin Elms. Before you lies the Hearthsong district. You are free to explore it, but do not let your feet stray into the other districts. Those are forbidden to Estramor. What can you tell me about Twin Elms? The city is sacred to all Glanfathans, as it is the place where our ancestors first encountered the Builders. That fated meeting turned our people from generations of wandering to a permanent home among the Builders' relics. When the Builders commanded us to settle here, they allowed us the unique privilege to live amongst their structures here. It is the only place in Air Glanfath where this is permitted. The sacred city is divided into 4 districts: Hearthsong, the Commons district; Oldsong, the site of our temples; Elm's Reach, home of Delumgan and Druids; and the Burial Isle, which is the most sacred place in the city. I'd like to hear about Hearthsong. This is Hearthsong. It is a place where Glanfathans and Estramorn may gather together. It is also the site of the Passage of the Six, where our tribal leaders, the Anamfatha, meet. He points to a large round building at the other end of the district. That way is the market. Guard your purse there. No one bargains like a Glanfathan. And if you need a place to stay, follow the fence to the east. There you will find the way to the Celestial Sapling. Which temples lie in Oldsong? There is Noonfrost, which is dedicated to Rimmergrand. A group of pale elves from the frozen Southlands arrived not long ago to oversee it. There is also the Nest, a temple of Hylia, and Galawain's Maw, a den of beasts dedicated to the hunter god. The route to the Burial Isle also lies that way. Tell me about Elm's Reach. There lies Tir Evron, one of the many towers of the Builders still in perfect condition. 2 great elm trees twine around it. Even the mightiest works of the gods protect the works of the Builders. 2 Delumgan sisters dwell there now. The Hall of the Warriors stands at the other end of the district. Rumor has it that Anamfath, Simok of 3-tusked Stalgar, is there now. Elm's Reach is also where the Druids keep their halls. There are the Ovates of the Golden Grove and the Ethic Knoll of Blood Sands. Many shudder at the brutal sacrifices of Ethic Knoll, but High Ovate Erona is just as powerful in her own way. Do you know anything about the Burial Isle? It is the place where our Anamfatha are laid to rest among the stones placed by the Builders. They say the souls of some of the Anamfatha linger there still. The way lies through Oldsong. It is the holiest place of all Twin Elms. That is all I wanted to know about the city. Why is it forbidden to enter the remaining districts of Twin Elms? Twin Elms is a sacred city, built where the first keepers of the stone met the Builders. It exists alongside the works of the Builders, and it is the only place in all of Air Glanfath where it is permitted to set foot among these sacred places. The Estramorn, however, do not have proper respect for the stones here. His words trigger something in your memory. You see an image of a perfect cube of Audra. Just as quickly, the image fades. A leader of one of the tribes could give you the permission of the city. Only Anamfatha Bethwell is present in the Passage of the Six today, and she has her own troubles. He jerks his head at a long hut in the middle of the district. You have other questions about Twin Elms? I haven't heard of the Keepers of the Stone. The oldest of the 6 tribes. He points the tip of his sword at a long hut behind him. Up the stairs and into the Passage of the Six. This is where our Anamfatha gather. Bethel, the Anamfatha of the Guided Compass, can tell you more. Who are the Builders? You know them as the Ingwithans. To us, they are the Builders, creators of the sacred places that we guard to this day. I'll keep your words in mind. Best that you keep your visit brief. Word has reached our ears that riots have ended, and the gates of Defiance Bay may have opened once more.
yes?
Yes.
Never been out this way before. Hard to believe it's the same country.
Where is the celestial sapling? Oh, is that another... What is that? Anyway, that's where I need to go. Hair everywhere after you've been petting the dog.
At once.
Merla, that Glanfathan witch sold me useless twigs and herbs. Does she take me for a fool? This will not stand. I have been swindled, and Alari will pay for what she did. She'll pay. That witch, she'll... Fuming with anger and pacing in tiny circles, the Valian merchant aims his wild rant at you as you approach. You there! Have you come here to trade with the savages? Learn from my example and take your business elsewhere. Spittle accents his every sentence. Liars, cheats, swindlers. That duplicitous bitch Alari. She claimed to be selling Elard Gola flowers, flower buds. But all I have now is 6 bushels of common houseplants. The herbs are useless. He throws a handful of dried plants to the ground, stomping on the brittle stems and leaves kicking up pungent, savory scents. I'll get my money back from that swindling savage. What do you intend to do about this? When I get my hands on... Renato halts his sentence, his eyes darting about at the nearby Glanfathan guards. I am in the savage's home court, so it's my word against hers. Where does that leave me? I'd be a fool to threaten her here on tribal soil. He sighs, pressing on his temples. I cannot sell this worthless herb to recover my coin, and I am powerless to confront Alari. I don't suppose... He looks at you, sizing you up. If you were willing to mediate, perhaps you could succeed where I failed. I would, of course, pay you handsomely for your troubles. Let me see what you have for sale. Renato looks away from you, scratching his neck and shifting his feet. I am destitute and have but a few meager offerings left to sell. How dreadfully embarrassing. If I can recover my investment from Alari, I'll have funds to resupply my stores. Until then, you are welcome to take a look at what I still have in stock. I'll take your entire stock. Why, you may ask? Fuck if I know.
Good day to you.
Have you recovered my coin? Oh, I can't accept his task anymore. But, well, that's what it's gonna do. Okay, I guess. Rotuk! You want up? I pull! Alright. Alright, bro. Some coffee. You see a problem? I throw it over the side. Got fucking antelopes in here? Come on. Show some respect. Valian man. You know what isn't hidden in those Sanguithan ruins? Proper drink recipes. Supposed to talk to him. Hi, monk. That sounds like the one. That's just Tails' normal voice. What the fuck? The monk massages his temple, his face buried in his palm. As you approach, he looks up. This room needs a proper door, he mutters. My brothers and I rented this space that we may have some measure of privacy in this foreign land. Perhaps you could find another room here in the inn. Who are you? Briefly opening his mouth to answer, the monk swallows his words. He looks you up and down, carefully choosing his response. My brothers and I were having a private discussion in a room we rented for our use. Please, there is a tavern full of people who would provide you with the banter you seek. What brings your order to this place? We travel where the teachings take us. The monk mutters, his voice is slow, measured. Not that it's any of your business. I thought he had red robes. Are these robes red? I mean, kind of, maybe. That guy's, but not his.
How do you do?
I met another monk in robes like your own. He died of his wounds right in front of him, right as I found him. The monk's eyes widen, his fists curl in a crackling barrage of popping joints. Robes like ours, you say? Was he carrying anything? Did he tell you anything? Hand you anything? Please, we've been waiting for another of our order to meet us here and if you found him. All eyes fall to the floor as the monks begin to whisper chants in unison to their fallen friend. Show him the message. He gave me this missive. Hand me that! The monk exclaims as he snatches the missive from your grasp. Almost immediately, his face turns red. I mean, please! This is of great importance. Breaking the seals, the monk unrolls the handwritten scroll contained within and quickly reads the message, his lips breathlessly mouthing the text. He turns to address his brothers. My brethren, the arch-martyr has sent word. At long last we now have what we need. Thank you, stranger, the monk says, folding his hands in front of him as he bows deeply. Your honest soul is to be applauded. I admit I was surprised when you handed me the message. I expected the seals to be broken. The monk turns red, his face smiling for the first time. I am glad to see common decency is not yet lost from this world. He reaches into the folds of his robes. Here, your honesty must be rewarded. Thank you. Aila Brachia. You gave me an Aila Brachia. What is that? You picked out a fucking small shield from your robes? And on there, big guy. Ranged grace is reflected back at attacker. He has the one shield now. This one is exceptional. That's nice, because I still can't do that. I still don't have a Witherite brain. Taxes collected. The Earl collected 5 CP, lost 600 to bandits. I don't fucking get it. Like, the system is so dogshit. Pillars of Eternity. Lost to bandits. Stronghold was just a crowdfunding campaign stretch goal that adds a few features for players. Yeah. I fucking hate Kickstarter. Like, you should just not... You can crowdfund. I'm not against that. But I am against stretch goals. Especially if you do stretch goals that are just there to be stretch goals. That is bad. Like, you shouldn't do that. Like, because you can't really calculate it either. Not really. Like, how much money does it cost to add an entire dungeon with 15 levels of enemies and items and whatever? Plus, on top of that, program in a system where you can, like, kind of half-assed control and construct a stronghold, and then you get, like, income from it, and you get people who come and ask you for things. What does that cost? How long does that take to make? There's no one who can make that assessment. So how can you add that as a stretch goal? Especially when it's not a real part of the game. That's also an issue. Like, you should never kickstart things that are just side bullshit. You should kickstart things that are the main part of the game as much as possible. And that's what they never do. They always just add like random bullshit. And the more random bullshit that they promise to add means that they have to sidetrack themselves. And the more they sidetrack, the longer the game is going to take to make. And that's the problem. Like, they can't just kickstart something and then just sit there for like 6 years and just work on side quests because they promised some fucking bullshit and like there's gonna be a dragon here or whatever. So that detracts from the overall main part of the game. Like, every single thing that they have to work on that is not part of the main part of the game, that detracts from the development of the main part of the game. Because it doesn't matter if they, even if they get like $1 million, $2 million, it doesn't help. At a certain point, it doesn't help. Because they won't hire new people to the point where it'll really matter. Because they've already got their people, they already, you know, they already got the studio set up. Maybe they'll hire 1 or 2 more people, but even if they do that, it's usually kind of rough to get a new person into the team, especially as a programmer. If you have like existing code base already, like, he's gonna spend like half a year trying to figure out your fucking code before he can even get to work.
I'm here.
So Kickstarter stretch goals just for the sake of making more money is a goddamn mistake. You should not do that ever. Have a moment. I would like a word with you.
Good day to you.
A slender woman in dusty leathers locks eyes with you. It's good to see someone from more civilized lands around here. Her unkept hair sprouts in wavy black tufts. Despite the fine features that sculpt her face, a cleft chin completes her boyish appearance. I am learning firsthand the many shortcomings of Glanfathan hospitality. Her gloved hands come to rest on the pommel of a long estoc, cinched low on her hip. I can almost forgive the hostility towards outsiders, but the temperate taverns and these watered-down drinks, inexcusable. I hope I don't seem too forward, but I need to help my friend, and you look like the right person for the job. A sly smile carves a dimple on her cheek. Which is to say, you're not Glanfathan, making you the closest thing I've got to an ally in this paranoid land. She gives you a coquettish sideway glance. And allies, well, they help each other, do they not? I don't like your manipulative strategies here. Who are you? The woman pats the dust off her leggings and gives you an exaggerated curtsy. Where did I leave my ambassadorial manners? She flashes a mocking smile. I am Gwyneth. Swyneth, that's a terrible name. I am Swyneth. Pleasure to meet you. She lifts an eyebrow with a blushing smirk. For the time being, though, I am just another Estramore minding her own business. What help do you need? My friends have drawn some unwanted attention. Swyneth looks to both sides, scanning for uninvited listeners. Glanfathan scouts are not just any mob of local zealots, the Fangs. She pauses to let the name settle in the air. The Fangs are a brutal, relentless bunch, eager to make an example of troublesome outsiders. As for why I need your help, her smile widens as she speaks. I need someone to warn the expedition that trouble is coming, and I need someone ready to fight if it comes to that. She taps her hand on the pommel of her estoc. With any luck, we'll reach my friends before the Fangs do. But if not, the Fangs have a reputation to uphold, so this might require spilling blood. What did your friends do to draw the attention of the Fangs? Just setting foot in Eir Glanfath is a good way to offend the tribes. I don't know how they picked up our trail. I suspect one of our newer scouts didn't cover his tracks well enough. When I spotted the Fangs, they were retracing a path the expedition had taken days before. Tell me more about your expedition. I like to think we're on a mission of reclamation. Swyneth darts a shrewd smile. It is said that our armies left behind many valuables in their hasty retreat from Air Glanfath at the end of the War of the Black Trees. So the way I see it, we're simply gathering up what our ancestors left behind. I doubt the Glanfathans agree with me on this. She adds with a dimpled grin. My expedition set out from Defiance Bay, heading directly east to cross into Glanfathan lands. I split off once we arrived at the Bale, the natural frontier between our nations. The plan was for me to keep my eyes on the Glanfathans, while the main group scoured the target area. For days we eluded them. She walks her fingers over the back of her leather glove, leaving a trail on its dusty surface. But the Fangs got wise of our presence. Why aren't you with your friends? Why not warn them? Don't warn them yourself. Her posture stiffens at the question. It was my turn to handle Far Patrol. I spotted the Fangs on my trek back to camp. I knew that rejoining the main group would risk leading the enemy right back to the expedition. I know the woods and I know how to stay quiet, but I didn't want to stake my friends' lives on my ability to sneak past expert hunters like the Fangs. If they noticed me warning my friends, we'd have been overrun. Swyneth tilts her head to the side and points to you with a grin. But if they notice me and some reinforcements, like say you, well, at least then we can scare them off or put up a good fight. Your friends are trespassing. By local custom, they're criminals. Swyneth frowns and blinks at you several times. You'll forgive me if I'm not sympathetic with face painters and their barbaric laws. I'm not pretending that what we're doing is noble. I just don't believe trespassing is a crime that warrants execution. I'm busy, perhaps another time. But time is of the essence. She puts a gloved finger to her mouth and stops herself. I understand your apprehension, but I hope you will reconsider, and soon. She nods to you and turns away.
Yes?
That one doesn't have a yellow thing, but this is just a Kickstarter one, right? No, dot. Okay, cool. Alright. Eleutherion Haggard Shoes. A middle-aged elven man stands behind the counter of the inn. He has a warm, open face and smiles pleasantly in greeting as you approach. Welcome, welcome. I'm always glad to see a new face. Take a seat where you like, my friend. It seems to me you've walked a long road. All are welcome here, and those with interesting stories most welcome of all. Who are you? Hey, my name is Eleutherion. They call me Haggard Shoes for all the walking I used to do, and all the boots I wore down. But those days are well behind me. My eyes have seen a great deal, and now my ears get their fill from the travelers who come through here. I'm always glad to see a new face. Take a seat where you like, my friend. It seems to me you've walked a long road. All are welcome here, and those with interesting stories most welcome of all. Tell me about this place. Of course. Eleutherion face brightens. I founded the inn many years ago, but in many ways its tale begins much earlier. It was while I was returning from a long journey south that I first heard the story of the tree upon which this inn rests. Hundreds of years ago a strange event occurred. The sky was troubled that night with many stars falling across the sky, and one of those same stars began to plummet instead, towards Eora. It fell here, striking a young tree and burying itself within it like a fiery heart. The tree survived, and over the years it grew and grew and grew, twice as big as its fellows in half the time, until it reached the size you see now, and grew no more. Hearing the tale, I knew I must find the truth, and you see it here. He gestures toward the large stone at the center of the room. Around the tree's heart I built this inn, to welcome all travelers who might look upon it. I'm always glad to see a new face. Take a seat where you like, my friend. It seems to me you walked a long road. Yeah. Can I see what you have for sale? Of course, we offer meals and some supplies. Have a look. Spirit Spiral. Hands, +5 melee damage. Whisperer of Treason, charmed. Okie dokie. You need camping supplies? Mechanics? No mechanics. +1 resolve, +2 survival. I'm gonna take stats.
I'm here.
A wealthy noble has arrived.
I'm here.
Alright, that's all we've got up here. Would seem. Alfathan home. Well, I think we're gonna go in here. Bullshit random encounters again. What kind of bullshit random encounters? Trying to evade random encounters? I don't think so. Are they multiple level 20 demons when you're level 8? 5 barbarians and 4 smilodons?
I'm here.
I don't know. I never really had a problem with anything like that I can remember. I don't know. I don't think it penalizes you. Maybe you've been evading too many random counters so you're low level. I don't think that's the case though.
Wait. I don't know if I should go through with this. Make the trade deal with the Anamenfath. If a Valiant deal with the Glanfathins weakens the Deerwood, it could mean war for the Republics in the future.
What other option do you have?
I could put the idea in the Anamenfath's head that the Republics are not interested in exclusive trade, but limited trade of goods that they do not already trade with the Deerwoodens.
Yeah. That is super common. And also they make every single enemy a fucking barbarian as well. So they get the rage bonus to hit. Like the frog people. They make all of them barbarians. Because when you use a two-hander, you get 1.5 extra from strength. So that's what they do. They put barbarians with two-handers that rage, and then they do some bullshit. Well, follow your heart, Palagina. You alone know what must be done. She nods her head resolutely.
At once.
I didn't manage to RP my character the way I wanted to in this.
What do you want?
A little bit sad about that, but I should have just played a fighter. A middle-aged Orlan woman stands at the back of the longhouse, an expression of irritation on her narrow features. As you approach, she takes a decisive step toward you. Hello, Regularly. How's it going? Oof. My throat is a little bit fucked. We'll see if I can manage by drinking some water. Sagani leans in. Careful. This woman's young for an elder, and looking to prove herself, I think. I am looking for another who passed through the city.
You Estramoran are given the freedom of our sacred city. That you ask for this person is suspicious. There are reasons we don't let you Estramoran roam our sacred city. Reasons I am coming to understand.
Has something happened recently? More than I care to think about.
Looters have grown bolder at the sites of the builders. The people of Defiance Bay set fire to their own city. And every week, the 3 Tusk Stelgar bring news of more desperate settlers pushing at our borders, trying to escape their plague of Anolfane children.
Hello, Biblio. Suddenly, you feel the presence of someone else in the hall. The Anamanthoth continues to glare at you, but something has stepped out of her skin. It reaches out to you.
Permitting more strangers the freedom of the city is out of the question right now. Go and be thankful that Anamthoth Shimak doesn't sit in the passage of the Six today. He would not be so kind as I.
Yummy, rancid oxidized fish oil, yummy. All fish oil on the shelves on the market are rancid at delivery. Well, maybe not rancid, but they are oxidized. Doesn't matter. A vision of an Orlan man appears near Bethel. He has the same green-brown fur and hazel eyes as she does. Help me reason with them. Fuck you! This is so annoying. This is my punishment. This is my punishment for spreading out my skill points a little bit. I have 9 lore, and I need 10 lore. Fuck you. Turning to see the ghostly shapes of 5 other Anamthatha. Another Orlan with tawny fur and a scarred face, a frowning dwarf, a black-furred Orlan, and 2 elves. You're angry about something. I hear it in your voice. What is it? Are the outrages I listed for you not enough? Trouble brews, and none of it is my choosing. The spectral Orlan takes another step from her, setting his foot down with a slow, heavy motion. Tendrils of essence strain between them, and he grimaces and leans forward as if struggling against a gale. The angry Anamanthoth winces. War, the spectral Orlan's voice, is a rasping croak. They're headed for war. Remind them of Ferald's warning. You're headed for war. Ferald's soul image gasps. Taut threads of essence tug at him, drawing him back into the Anamanthoth. He looks up at you again. I try to tell them. The Builder's souls have touched even the Estramor.
You'd better explain yourself.
The 2 attending tribesmen look from the Anamanfoth to you, their sword hands ready. The builders' souls have touched even the Estremor.
There's no way you could have
Oh,
known
that's-
this saying. Not unless you are a Galuth on Anums, a watcher of souls.
She gasps at the last of Ferld's soul as the last of Ferld's soul fades back into her. The tribesmen gape at you. Ferld tried to warn the other tribes about something. What was it?
Ferald's warning came before the Broken Stone War. Ferald, my ancestor on my mother's side, was Anamfoth of our tribe then. When the Estremoric farmers defiled the builders' monuments, Ferald urged the other Anamfotha to patience, but louder, angrier voices prevailed.
I want to play Tides of Numenera. It's like the only thing I'm thinking about. And I'm thinking about it so much that when I replay it again, I'm gonna be disappointed. She folds her clawed hands in front of her and gazes down at them. But louder, angrier voices prevail.
Ferald believed that the invaders could be taught to respect the builders as we do. He also believed the builders' souls had spread to all peoples, and that we should avoid needless conflict with others. More practically, he worried that a violent response would only spur further bloodshed across the generations, and you can see where we are today.
After 2 wars with the Durwood, his warning is more relevant than ever.
While Ferald's words were shrewd, they were ignored back then. Simply remembering his warning now will not undo the wars and the changes that the years have seen. There is blood on these stones, and that is all anyone remembers now.
An image of a polished Adra cube flashes into your mind. There is writing on the sides, but the image is too faint for you to read it. The Anamanfoth turns away from you and looks at the ground, gnawing a pointed claw. They kind of do this whole thing in Tides as well, but there's an exploration skill you have to spec into to be able to do it well, and I think I'm gonna skip it in my next playthrough entirely. Just not to do that. So give them something else to remember. She looks at you sadly. I'm afraid I already have.
Another Estremor came through here a few days ago, and well, letting him through was a mistake. One I am eager not to repeat. The Guided Compass tribe has a reputation for being too soft with Estremoran. One that will not be improved by my failure to stop this man who has desecrated our most sacred sites.
I'm very interested in seeing what you end up saying if you do play Varnholds a lot. Now that is a fucked up fucking campaign. Holy shit. It's like every single encounter is overtuned. It's super annoying. That's why I say don't play it on core, because it's ridiculous. But it also depends if you make a good party or not. I did not. My party was ridiculously bad. It was so ass. I had there's one bard a bard subclass called the Dirge, and what they get is a bunch of fear stuff. And I thought it was really cool, but it was absolute garbage. Because whenever you fear anything, they run away from you at max speed. and you cannot kill them because you can't catch up and also do damage. So all they do is run across the entire map and aggro every single enemy, and then they kill you. So the only way to use fear at all is if you like somehow snare them, slow them, or something like that. Otherwise, you just can't do it. But yeah, in Varnhold Slot, you make a new team. Though you have to make. I think you make 4 party members. You don't play the character you play now. You have to make it's an entirely separate thing, but it's tied into the rest of the game. And like I said, if you're gonna play it. I think after chapter 3. Yeah. I'm gonna read this. I don't remember what she said. Another Estromor came through here a few days ago and, well, letting him through was a mistake. One I am eager not to repeat. She levels her gaze at you. The Guided Compass tribe has a reputation for being too soft with Estromor. One that will not improve my failure to stop this... that will not be improved by my failure to stop this man who has desecrated our most sacred sites. That sounds like the man I came here to stop.
I won't repeat a mistake in my haste to correct it. We bar Twin Elms from Estramoran to protect the ancient places that the Builders left behind. The Builders left this heritage to us to defend, but they alone had access to it. On this much, at least the 6 tribes agree.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to make a bad team in Kingmaker. I think all the characters are pretty good. They're kind of basic as well, though. But that is also how you get a good team. You get a bad team when you start fucking around with things you don't understand. And that's kind of what I was doing. I had a really hard time because my main character was an Inquisitor, like yours, but he was just dog shit. So it was really hard. And I made another character that was like wizard and cleric both, because there's a prestige class that gives you spell slots for both. I don't remember what it's called, but it's like the worst class in the game. So that was my second character. And my other characters were not much better. And it was a total nightmare. You again see the polished Adra cornerstone in your mind. This time the image is clearer. Each face of the stone is inscribed with a phrase you know by heart. You feel your lips form words. A gift from the builders of civilization to the guardians of their legacy. May the guardians watch the door while the builders keep the key.
These were the words given to the keepers of the stone.
Bethel stares back at you, her tiny pointed teeth visible through her gaping mouth. I know.
Very well. The city is yours to explore. Tell the guard at the gate that you come to see the cornerstone with the blessing of the Guided Compass. If the gods have truly returned one of the builders to us, find the Delimgon of Ter Evron in Elm's Reach. If the gods have sent you here with a purpose, the Delimgon will know.
In the meantime, I shall be here to assist you. One of my companions, a representative of the Vailian Republics, wishes to discuss a trade issue with you. Yolan turns her gaze towards Pelagina. Yes, the Vailian godlike, blessed of Hylia. Pelagina bristles and quickly spits out a response. So they say. The Amenfoth face shows no outward emotion, but her voice betrays annoyance at Pelagina's interruption. "Am diplomat of the Duke's Bells. I understand you were to be sent here with trade assurances from your masters." "Revered Anamanfoth, it is true that I was chosen to convey these assurances, but understand that I was fashioned more for war than etiquette." The Orlan smirks slightly. In these dangerous times, perhaps it is better to send warriors to do diplomats' work. Pelagina musters a weak smile. "Indeed, Anamanfoth, regarding the exclusive trade agreement." Her voice quivers slightly and her golden eyes dart in your direction. Nod head, smiling warmly. Pelagina steels herself. "The Republics feel it would be in the best long-term interest of all parties if you maintain your traditional goods trades with the Dyrwood." The Anamanfoth's long ears pitch forward. A strange turn. What do the Republics want, then? Pelagina speaks quickly but confidently. "Ta'andra Tara pearls. Ta'andra Tara pearls. Trade will be picking up quickly on them in the Eastern Reach. You will buy them exclusively from us for the next 5 years. In exchange, we will be your exclusive market for Aldraban and Karogolan for the same period." The Anamanfoth considers Pelagina's words for several long moments. "An interesting proposition, Violian. We will send emissaries south to discuss the details at greater length. Your appearance here speaks well of your duke's intentions." Pelagina bows deeply. "Revered Anamanfoth?"
That's it. My position in the Brotherhood gone. I can't believe I just made up new trade terms to the Glanfath and Anamenfath. Postinago.
Pelagina's eyes are wide with panic. "You did the right thing for the Republics, even if the Dukes can't see it from their vantage. You can deal with their disapproval later."
Verus. They have a saying in Biajepe. New gold clears even the oldest gates. If I'm right, all will be forgiven. If not, there's nothing I can do about it now.
Bing! Bing! Mechanics! Give me the fucking mechanics! Alright, what do you get? Do you get anything new that's cool? Stunning shots. When the ranger lands a hit or a critical hit, takes advantage of enemy distractions while engaged by the ranger's animal companion, stunning the enemy as a secondary attack when the ranger lands a hit or a critical hit. You get a 2-second stun every single time you land a hit. Are you serious? What? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. You can't be serious. Okay, I'll take that, I guess. What? Okay.
At once.
Indeed.
Well, let's talk with her some more. Our paths cross again, Gal San Anams. What are the 6 tribes? Glanfathan society is divided into tribes, which are further divided into clans. Each tribe is united by a particular history way of life. The clans are communities of families that live together. In truth, there are more than 6 tribes, but the 6 largest have traditionally led the others. Each of the 6 have a seat here in the Passage of the 6, where we discuss matters of common interest. You saw, for instance, the debate that occurred before the Broken Stone War. She gives you a hesitant look. The 6 tribes are the Keepers of the Stone, Fisher Crane, 3-Tusked Stalgar, Stone Bramble, twice split arrows, and of course, the Guided Compass. What about the Thunder guys that we helped earlier? Where are they? Who are the Keepers of the Stone? They are the first and the oldest of the tribes. When they first sailed to Air Glanfath, they met the builders who gave them the cornerstone, and those words you quoted, as a token of friendship. Many of the tribes, even among the Six, look to the Keepers for guidance and leadership. Their long history grant them a place of honor in our society, though it has also made them more conservative, in my observation. I'd like to hear about Fisher Crane, a mostly Orlan tribe from the Thane Bog. Most of the sites they guard are half buried in the wet sands, and even the other tribes couldn't tell you where they are. She crosses her arms. They are not the most renowned of the tribes, but they are the cleverest and subtlest. Say what you will about the berserkers of Three Tusk Stelgar. I'd rather face them than a Fisher Crane ambush squad any day. They're named after a long-necked bird that lives in the bog. It can stand motionless for hours, waiting for a muck frog or a spotted salamander. But when it strikes, it's faster than anything. What do you know about Three Tusk Stelgar? She laughs and shakes her head. Same as everybody. They're fearless maniacs, and they want everyone to know it. They're considered a wild bunch, even among Glanfathans. Many of their territories have seen the most conflicts with the Estremont, and they don't forget it. They don't want anyone else to either. They inflicted and bore some of the heaviest casualties in the wars with the Estremont. In fact, there was a rift within Three Tusk Stelgar after the War of Black Trees. Dozens of clans broke away from the ravaged lands and retreated further into the Dyrwood, joining whichever tribes would take them. Broken Tusks, some call them. The majority of the tribe dug into the half-burned forests to hold the line, and many respect them for it. She frowns uneasily. They've more than earned their place amongst the Six, but they advocate more conflict than is wise, and too many others are quick to idolize them for their valor in battle. Tell me about Stone Bramble. Mostly dwarves out the White March. They're one of the younger tribes formed over the years by trade routes between the wilds and the mountains. They see themselves as genuinely Glanfathan, though, and who can argue with them? Only Fisher Crane defends sites in such inhospitable territory. Personally though, I'd say it's gone to their heads. They like to think the rest of us have it easy in the lowlands, forgetting that the wars with the Estremont never reached their mountains. Still, they came to our aid during both. They're named for a tough, thorny little plant that grows up in the mountains. It suits them. I'm not familiar with the twice-split arrows. Not many are. They're traditionally outcasts and exiles from other tribes. Probably the least respected tribe of them all, but our ancestors believed they should have a voice, and so they've got a seat among the Six. Most of the other tribes see them as scavengers and bottom feeders, but don't say that to a twice-split arrow. They think themselves survivors, and they're as proud of their tribe as anyone else. She shrugs. They'll accept anyone, and I suppose there's virtue in that. You never know what you're getting with them, though. Some clans will rob you blind, and others will slaughter a lamb for the honor of your visit. The Guided Compass is your tribe, right? Indeed. We're one of the younger tribes, and not one of the most prestigious. We've tried to keep the peace with the Estremont, which has earned us the reputation of appeasers among some of our hardline brethren in the Three Tusk Stelgar, and the Keepers of the Stone. We value our heritage as Glanfathans, but we recognize that the Estremont are here to stay. The way we see it, we can better follow our mandate to protect the places of the Builders by making peace with our neighbors. I'd like to know more about you. I am the Anamenfath of the Guided Compass, like many Anamfatha. I have leadership in my blood. While tribal authority is not strictly hereditary, we believe that strong leaders can impart a portion of their soul to the children and grandchildren, meaning that Anamfatha may succeed from a single line for many generations. I think Anam means soul. So does it mean like soul leader or something like that? She worries a sharpened thumb claw. What? Of course, with all that's happened here lately, I I've wondered whether my family's line is coming to an end with me. I know there's My brothers fleeing in shame? I don't believe any of it.
Estremor?
Sensing your approach, an agitated elven hunter suddenly drops his conversation and turns to face you. What kind of courtesy have you learned in your filthy homeland? A red stripe of paint gleams pearly with sweat from cheekbone to cheekbone. We speak of Glanfathan matters. Begone! The huntress in the group raises her calloused hand. Still your heart, Ridai. Do not forget where you stand. She parts the fine strands of golden hair that floats before her face and acknowledges you with a nod. In the house of our ancestors and the 6 tribes, we commune as one people. Ridai looks away and fumes in a restrained breath. The ancestors will forgive me and my brother. When I clean the shame away from his name, he looks at the huntress, and from the taint it has brought to our tribe. What happened to your brother? My brother. The hunter's heavy breathing pauses for a moment. My brother Fjorm is the greatest hunter of our tribe. He set out on a blood hunt but hasn't returned, and now... Arthur, that puny liar, he claims that my brother... Ridai clenches his fists. The elven huntress fills in the silence. Arthur belongs to another tribe. He is the hunter that competed against Fjorm during their blood hunt. She gives a glancing look to Ridai. Arthur claims that Fjorm has exiled himself, deciding to not return to Twin Elms. Ridai scowls. His stripe of paint curves like an angry wound. Exiled, in shame, for losing to him during the blood hunt. Can you believe this liar? Even though Arthur returned with the giant Stelgar's fang as proof, it is hard to believe that Fjorm could have failed to kill the prey first. The huntress digs her heel on the dark soil. But you cannot claim that yet, Ridai, not until the Anamfatha judge the truth. Arthur's weak, from a lower tribe. Ridai bares his teeth. He lies. I'll find the truth and clean my brother's name. Why would Arthur lie about your brother? Ridai throws his arms in the air. Why? He looks at you as if the answer were obvious. Ridai, please still your anger. He does not know our customs. The huntress turns to you and nods. Arthur stands much to gain from claiming a victory over Fjorm. It brings renown and glory to his kin, a lesser tribe, the twice-split Arrows. Arthur has no history, no name, and now he returns a hero while my brother. Ridai's face twists in ire. Tricked, perhaps worse. How do you plan to clear Fjorm's name? A bead of sweat rolls down Ridai's forehead and hangs from his red-painted cheekbone like a drop of blood. It quivers as the hunter's muscles twitch. I can't tarry here while my brother's fate remains unknown. The Anamfatha must let me go. To judge Arthur and to clean our tribe's name, they cannot listen only to your truth, only to your truth. The huntress lowers her head, glancing at you. Before the Anamfatha, only an impartial voice can speak for what happened. Ridai whips his neck, and the drop of sweat lingering on his cheekbone flies in your direction. You mean to involve this one, an Estremor? She points at him, her calloused finger curves like a claw. Listen to me now. Arthur returned, with proof. Your brother did not even come back. The huntress blows against the fine hairs floating down over her face. The tribes are split. Something must be done. She looks at you, and this one is known to speak the truth. I'll find what happened to your brother and get to the truth of it. Ridai's hard features soften in surprise. You speak with the spirit of a Glanfathan hunter. He nods. The Anamfatha would agree to listen. There's no union between you and our tribes. The huntress nods at you. Fjorm and Arthur went to the North Weald Forest beyond the Old Song Pass to hunt a giant Stelgar. Search there and return to us with the truth if you can. But be aware, Stelgar of such size, many times over their lesser kin, usually gather a big pride that follows them closely. Redeye fixes his eyes on you. 2 glowing embers over the blood-red stripe painted across his face. Estromor, I don't expect help, but I'll do anything to know of my brother's fate and to clean the stain that Arthur has spilled on our tribe. He throws his chin back. Anything. This I claim. You know, it's not a pixel art game. Like it is a 3D game, but I don't know exactly what it is that does it. But regardless of its age, Baldur's Gate 2 still looks better than this game. And I don't know if that's because they have a fixed, basically a fixed resolution and a fixed zoom distance. So they could kind of work it so that all the models look distinct and they looked good. But I don't know if it's just that they're too small or if they're just not designed well enough, but all the models in this game kind of look the same. They kind of just melt together like just a cluster of colors. But the thing is that Baldur's Gate 2 is also, Baldur's Gate is also 3D. So that's what's weird about it. Like all the models are 3D. They've just kind of fixed them up. Well, yeah, but that's still 3D. Like they could have done that with these sprites or with these models as well. Just taken like screenshots of them. But I'm not really sure what exactly it is. If it's just the models themselves, really, or if it's because the zoom matters, right? Because for example, Palagina's greatsword right there on the left here, like you can barely see it.
Tread carefully, Estromor.
No.
At once.
And like that's partially a 3D thing, because if you zoom out, you know, there's just less pixels of it.
I understand.
But I think it's also like the colors and like the shading as well. I'm not sure. Yeah, like Torchlight. Yeah, I don't think so. Why does it work in Baldur's Gate then? But they actually do that in Tyranny, because Tyranny is also an Oblivion or an Obsidian game. They made that after this, and it uses the same system more or less.
I'm here.
And it looks like Torchlight. I'm missing some guys up there. But it's not a big deal, but it is something that I've observed.
I'm here.
Heartsong Market. Let's go get swindled. How close are the others to leveling then? Not at all. She was just last.
Certainly.
Rains have run their course and trade has returned. And with it, Tamra's impatience. Can we find like one item that I actually want to use? I give up. Look somewhere
I'm
else.
here.
Or are you rage quitting the game? Hello, Tamra.
Builder's wisdom to you.
This tall woman is clad in furred hides. She settles a sharp, dark-eyed gaze on you. I hold here the best hides in Air Glanfath. Hides so thick the Stelgar cannot claw through. Boots so supple they will smother the sound of your steps. Oh yeah. Some of the best things you can do against enemies like that are really strong, especially like barbarians and the boggards, is to use spells like grease, but also web, entangling roots. Like those are super OP. Because it usually means that you have to fight like one enemy or two enemies, and the rest are just knocked down. And it usually makes, yeah, yeah. You know what you also can do? You can download. So then you have to mod it, but you can download Bag of Tricks and you can just kill them. With the sheet commands. This tall woman is clad in furred hides. She settles a sharp, dark-eyed gaze on you. I hold here the best hides in Air Glanfath. Hides so thick the Stelgar cannot claw through. Boots so supple they will smother the sound of your steps. What's your trade? I bear it on my skin. I sell hides from every one of Galawain's beasts. Estermorn come from every village to see them, and know us for great hunters. Every hide bears the tale of a great hunt, and our traders bear them in turn to every corner of our lands. I assume you're done with the troll dungeon, by the way. Then here, look upon the bounty of our our hunters have provided us. How'd the boss go? Your shit is terrible. I don't give a shit about any of this. 2 tries?
Absolutely.
I think I had more tries than that. Absolutely. Cause he's super spurgy, right? Like it. It depends on how he starts the round. If he like kills three guys in one turn, then it's kind of fucked. But if you can kind of survive and do something on him, then it's fine.
Hail, Estremor.
This thick-framed woman smiles broadly at your approach. Ah, I see that you heard it. A good blade has a voice, and it sings to its wielder. What weapon called you forward? Let me see your wares. Look as you wish. Look all you wish. My weapons are the pride of Air Glanfath. You can also settle it peacefully, which is kind of nice. I think there are 2 ways to settle it peacefully. Well, not entirely. One of the ways is not peacefully. But I think you can make an alliance with him. And the other thing you can do is if you kill him before you kill the kobold guy, you can strike an alliance with him. But I'm not sure I ever made an alliance with the troll. I don't remember what I did in my evil playthrough. Yeah, Tartok. That's his name. Can't make an alliance without chaotic. Well, I mean, makes sense. But you can pick chaotic options even as lawful. if it makes sense to you, right? Like it's not like it's banned necessarily. Sometimes to me the chaotic options make sense, but I don't think it makes sense as a lawful character there necessarily to make an alliance with the trolls. Well, kind of, a little bit. I mean, it depends on your character's point of view. Oh, really? That bad? Oh, okay. Never mind then. Yeah. I don't like that. That's not good. Be honest. It should just shift you. Like a little bit towards chaotic. It would anger my girlfriend. Which one? Valerie? My favorite part about Valerie is how many mods there are to make her actually pretty, because she looks like she's not very pretty in her picture. And her entire story is that she's so beautiful. This is a Warhammer. Do I care about Warhammers? I think I kind of care about Warhammers, don't I? Don't you have Warhammers? Saber, stiletto, club, pistol. No, you have fucking clubs. I don't think anyone has Warhammers. No, she has Warhammer. But the thing about picking a Warhammer is that it means I have to use a one-handed weapon, right? Inflicts disorienting for 5 seconds on hit. Okay, that it doesn't say what that is. Plus 20% attack speed. It's a pretty good Warhammer, though. Oh, a club. Plus 12 accuracy, plus 45 damage. It's superb. Plus 4 accuracy when attacking the same target as an ally. 20% of damage restored as endurance. Fuck. I'll take it. An actually good item. Casts Minolettus minor missiles on critical hit, 1 per encounter. Herod's Pames, plus 3 resolve armor. Lost Meadow Mail. Exceptional plus 4 damage reduction, plus 1 endurance per 3 seconds. Helmet of Darksea, plus 2 perception. That's pretty cool. It's a little bit tricky. Let's check something on her first. She has 75 accuracy. 69 with the Rose of Salt Hollow. But with this, she would get plus 6 accuracy. But the thing is that I have two-handed style as well. So she does have 15% bonus damage on the mace. I think I'll keep her with the two-hander. Now a deer. This is a pretty decent... No, this is an actually really good weapon though. But you're gonna get the club. Shit, that looks so lame. Now, this is a +1 resolve, +1 perception helmet. Can I finally give you something else? This one? Oh, nice. Looks so much better. Durance gets the ugly helmet. Yep, that suits you, bro. Very cool. Unless he has resolve something else. Resolve? No, perception? Alright, sure. Fine. +5 accuracy or bigger AoE. You can get bigger AoE. That's fine. That's actually really good on him. Master.
Estromor,
Some food for your travels. I hold here many delicious cheeses and fresh fruit. Let me see what you have. He has cheeses and fresh fruit. I don't know what I was expecting. A young girl looks about the market with a disinterested gaze. As you near, she snaps to attention and straightens her posture. Welcome, Estromor, she says with a curtsy. Alarhi is not here, so I'm running the shop while she's away. She glides her hands in front of the display cases of the poultices and remedies. If you're looking for herbs, tinctures, oils, or ointments, then I've got everything you'll ever need. I'm looking for Alarhi. Where might I find her, am I? She lives not far from here. The little girl points at the exit out of the market. Climb up the stairs at the top, there's a circle of ruins. Do you know it? It's on the north side of Hearthstone. Anyway, her house is right there. The door faces those ruins. Please show me your wares. Her smile widens at your request. Of course, have a look. Me everything. Diamond, topaz, emerald, ruby, sapphire. Now we just need a bunch of monster thingies. And we also apparently need to sell. Can't afford that. Exceptional heater shield. This is the same armor. They just look slightly different. Keep one of each for my collection illness. Okay. Oh, one more. Run it.
Brings you here.
You have the look of a hunter, Estremor. Durn's weapons may protect the man who seeks out misfortune, but my supplies will help you survive out in the wilds. Okay. Pistols. Pistol two-handed. Exceptional 9 DRY bypass. That's all it does. It has crit damage multiplier and extra DR bypass. Is that the best gun in the game? Blunderbuss. And a unique one-handed mace. Staff. Plus 1.8 weapon reach. Shoots fireballs. Intellect. Only usable by paladins. Weird. It does have +8 accuracy as well. I'm gonna spend all my money on that. Thank you. This gun is useless, right? Yeah, it kind of sucks. Sell that. There. Damage resistance bonus. Who wants might? Aloth wants might. Oh, I love it. I love that might is viable even on wizards. He doesn't only need intelligence shit. Sturdy boots. Defense against prone attacks. Oh no. Sturdy. That's usually how she dies. She gets knocked down. And then she's just gone. Still can't do an exceptional.
Certainly.
Alright, I'm gonna Google one thing here. Pillars of Eternity. Last chance for White March. Okay, before you jump down in the pit, that's all we need to know. We have to do it before we jump into the pit. If I end up at some point where I can't do it anymore because the game just put me at the point of no return, I'm just gonna skip it again. But I'm gonna try to do it. The guard places his spear between you and the path that leads beyond the gates. Still, Estremor, the rest of the city is forbidden except by orders of one of the Anumfatha. Trespassing in Twin Elms is punishable by death. I come to see the cornerstone with the blessing of the guided compass. You're programming this game? I don't think so. The guard scowls and looks at his companion, who nods back. He turns to you again, his knuckles whitening around the shaft of his spear. Same dude. Always too cozy with the Estremor. Go, then, and mind your step around the sacred stones. No, I'm not in game dev. I just have a tag up. Otherwise, I do program. But when I do, I put myself in the software and game dev category. I just can't be arsed to remove the tags. Because they still don't have presets that you can save for your stream. So, like, changing all that, it's a total pain in the ass. But I do stream game dev during the days, every single day of the week. So feel free to come back later. Well, not on the weekends, but... Was she talking about one of these houses, or...? Whatever, I'm just gonna go in. We'll see. Who am I looking for? Alari. Hello, Alari. An old elven woman stands tall and proud, surrounded by Glanfathan warriors that study your every move. You speak on Renato's behalf, I presume. I knew he would convince someone to do his bidding. I did not suspect it would be the Estremor involved in all the chaos at Defiance Bay. She tilts her head to the side and blinks slowly. Does the presence of my armed entourage concern you? You were expecting a defenseless shopkeeper, am I right? Alari raises her dye-stained hand, just as one of her guards begin to lurch forward. Stillness, she barks at her attendant. Give the Estremor a chance to speak. We are not their wooden beasts. Here hospitality reigns. Alari nods to you, holding up an open hand, her palm and fingers covered in blue and green dye. Envoy of the Valiant, speak the message you were sent to deliver. I want to hear your side of the story. The first step of any sensible path, she muses, scratching her chin. Renato did purchase from me several bushels of Elard Gola, and for it he paid a high price but did so willingly, saying it was a bargain, right as he handed me his copper. It was after our trade that the Vailian spit his venom. Alari's voice grows angry. Renato accused me of trickery, of fraud, claiming I delivered withered likenesses of Elard Gola, and not the genuine root. Such nerve, for in truth he is beyond the help of Elard Gola. She holds a blue-dyed finger in the air before curling it down slowly, smiling as she does. Renato's old bow isn't firm enough for a full draw. No amount of Elard Gola will give him the spear of a young hunter. A fair deal was made, and now Renato objects, angry that his withered family plough is beyond herbal remedies. She shakes her head, her voice becoming a growl. I have never sold anyone a remedy I knew to be false. If Renato does not silence his slanderous tongue, we will do it for him. Well, okay, so you did just trick him. So, because you'd think that Elard Gola won't help him, you sold him Elard Gola, except it was fake Elard Gola. So you're entirely at fault. I'm here for Renato's money. The old woman smiles at you with a tilted eyebrow. Of course, what else do the Estramorn value more than coins? Out of the folds of her robe she produces a small root and holds it beneath her nose, inhaling its fragrance. The Fisher Crane tribe has courted the soil for generations. Does Renato believe these herbs grow like weeds, without our efforts, without toil? Alari smashes the plank stalk between her palms, adding streaks of rusty orange to the blue and green dyes already soaking her hands. The deal has been done. Renato has the spoils of our harvest. We cannot reunite the Vailian with his coin, any more than we can put Elard Gola leaves back on the stem. Tell Renato he must accept the consequences of the deal that he negotiated. If he continues to mewl false tears of indignation, we will show him how petulant children are disciplined. Or did she? Like, I don't understand what she did. Did she actually give him the right thing? But it just doesn't work for him? Or... because that's not what I got from this. Alright. What kind of punishment do you have in mind for Renato? Renato has slandered his host, making him no longer a guest. The merchant must vanish from the Twin Elms. She crosses her arms under the sleeves of her robe. But Glanfathan hospitality must be observed always. He is to be given a chance to leave on his feet before he bleeds on his back. Deliver in our name a warning. Tell Renato that if he does not leave, he will be accused of conspiring to pilfer Engwithan relics from our land. He won't risk a trial by the Council of Anamfatha. Alari draws a small wooden cage from the folds of her robe. If he won't listen, tell him that his faulty member will end in a cage, just like this black beetle. Food for our birds. Another lore 10? Fuck off. Tell me again how to help you. Lore 10. The reputation of your tribe is tied to your actions. Is that how you want future trading partners to remember your kin? The Glanfathans look at each other, faces alight with disagreement. A murmur of voices rises around the dwelling's hearth until Alari, eyes shut tight, stomps on the ground with force. Enough! Stillness! She waits until her brethren's voices die down before opening her eyes. You speak with long-sighted judgment. Trade strengthens all of the tribes, and Renato's claim false as it is, may spread to poisonous. We will suffer the indignity of letting this liar profit, if it means safeguarding the peaceful, honorable accord of Twin Elms. Alari pulls up one sleeve, revealing a leather bag hanging from her hand. The clinking of copper fills the room. Take this back to the Valian, with the blessings of the Fisher Crane tribe.
I'm here.
I'm gonna wear this armor now until the next time we level up, so I can get more lore. Even if it gives me minus 50% recovery speed. At least I'll have a lot of damage reduction.
I'm here.
Hail, traveler.
Renato smiles broadly and throws his arms in the air at your arrival. My friend, welcome back. Have you recovered my coin? I've got your coin back. Diverus? Renato's eyes widen as his hands greedily snatch the purse. Perfetto! I had almost given up hope. Renato counts the coins, smiling with each clink of copper. My thanks to you, friend. With this I can finally restock my wares. Come find me at the Celestial Sapling. I am sure I can find some choice items for resourceful customers like yourself. Well, I'm not gonna bother. Well, we can go and look. Cause I don't... yeah. I mean, he's just restocking his wares, right? Show me what you got. He has traps and nothing else. Yeah, he has traps and flowers. I don't really want to buy any of that. Oh, no. It's locked. Fine, let's go over here, I guess. Well, no, we need to go out, right? We were supposed to go to Northweald. How do you get there? Can you go from here? Or do I need to go out the north? Yeah, alright, we have to go north. Let's go Old Song then. Oversalted the ramen. If I have a stroke, you can have my steam. I did.
Segan, I had heard that women do the hunting in Nasitak, but wasn't sure if I could believe it until I met you.
And I thought it was our raw meat diet that made us strange.
I'm here.
Well, that too, honestly.
But I appreciate it. No, what?
Hail, Estramor.
An Orlan woman stares at the sky with an air of deep contemplation. She occasionally puffs from a wooden pipe, blowing smoke into perfect rings. What stands before me? She wipes her lips with the back of her hand. Her teeth, uneven and pointy, are stained red. I do not see Estramorn often. She picks the remains of an ochre root stuck in her gums. And believe me, I see many things. Perhaps you want to see them too, yes? She gestures behind her at an assortment of plants, roots, and files lying on the rug. No brains. You can keep that. Hello? People are being burned alive.
We can't stay down here. Someone must go to the nest eventually.
Chill out, guys. Old Song Pass, Noonfrost. Is the way?
The figurine. It's glowing.
Oh! Best time? Oh, is that him? Maybe his brother is whatever his name is that we're looking for. Probably not though. Maybe. Elder Boar. Elder Wolf.
I'm ready.
Done? Stunned? That is so ridiculous. So she's just perma-stunning everything now, because the thing is, her accuracy is... It's gonna be -8, -6. And it depends on Vicious Aim. I don't know if Vicious Aim is gonna be counted in. I actually don't know if the weapon focus will get counted in. But she might have like 80 accuracy. So that means she has to roll like really ass for that to not happen. So she's just perma-stunning everything now. Which again is ridiculous. I don't think the game is very balanced. Like, I think the system is one of the best CRPG systems that they've made for any game, or especially for a combat-oriented one, rather. But it is not balanced. It is not polished. But then again, so is no system when they're new. So I don't really fault them for that. These are immune to crushing, so let's shoot some piercing. Forest Lurker.
Cast light in dark places.
Uh-oh. We did cast it already? Alright. Let's cast something else then. Fierce thing.
Got an arrow for this one.
More Elder Stelgars. Like 4 billion of them. Dead one. In lightning. That spell is super strong. Especially against enemies that aren't... Is it fortitude? Yeah. Especially against enemies that don't have that much fortitude, because it still has 89 accuracy, which means they need to have 89 fortitude for it to be like a 50% chance to hit. And even if it doesn't hit and it only grazes, it's still good, because that's still like a 6-second knockdown on everybody. Over a ground hardened by dry blood and stomped leaves, the corpse of a giant Stelgar crawls with flies. Its flesh has been pierced and cut, as if stabbed by spears and slashed by swords. You touch the dead Stelgar's flank. A cloud of flies stirs into the air, and suddenly you feel the creature's remaining essence. The world around fades away. The pack rests. Rocks shelter the young, full bellies. You turn away and look beyond the trees. The moon breaks over their swaying canopy. A scent in the air stirs a tingling in your mouth. You slide into the shadows, the taste of hunt filling your nostrils. Light shines on the stones by the water that falls. Prey down below, two-legged, hair like dry grass. It moves near the water that flows. Thin legs, slow, noisy, unaware. It holds a sharp stick. Two-legged hunter, weak prey. No, weak hunter, prey. Closer, prey. Bright moon, prey. Into the dark. Pain! Pain on your side. A sharp stick pokes out your flank. Pokes out of your flank. You roar and shake it. It snaps, breaking on the stones. Wet stones, your blood. Leaves rustle. You look. Another two-legged. Another hunter. Thick legs. Silent steps. Stripped face. Strong hunter. Enemy. You leap, aiming at its neck. It moves fast. Your claws find flesh, ripping it deep, ripping it down. Wet leaves. Two-legged blood. It howls, it fights back. Long claws cut through the air. They slash at your flesh. More pain, sharp pain. You strike, it strikes. Hot blood on your claws. Hot cuts on your chest. The world goes red. Your strength fails, you can't breathe. The two-legged hunter looks down. Wet ground, our blood. Sharp stick above its head. Bright moon above its head. Strong hunter, the world goes dark. That was terrible. I honestly I honestly don't know how you would best write like something like this, because we're reliving this animal's final moments, right? And how do you really write that? I feel like either you end up with this, and this is just a caveman. Like that's what it is. This is a caveman. But on the other hand, odds are you end up with Disney, like a Disney animal that's just too self-aware, too much, like too human. That's also the other side. I hate Disney animals. It's just terrible. But I still think you can do it. But this one, it's a bit too much caveman. There's too many details and too many adjectives, maybe. I don't know. Like strong hunter, for example, but whatever. Search near the Sentinel's waterfall for clues for Fjorm's fate. This is your ex-wife. She's dead, aren't you? Dead on the ground. Someone stabbed her. It climbed up here. You come upon a clearing and see a group of Glanfathans standing in a circle. Sagani glances from the Adra statuette to the hunters, looking for a connection. Meanwhile, the hunters turn and notice you. Their bows are drawn. Take it easy. We're just looking for someone.
What business does an Estremor have with the fangs?
Durance, his voice actor. They step aside and turn to you. As they do, you see something on the ground behind them. Lying amidst the ferns is a white stag. Dark blood mars its brilliant coat, and its sides tremble with quick, shallow breaths. You feel a presence in the beast, something ancient and familiar. Before you can speak, something thumps to the ground. You look down and see the Adra bear, its bright glow flickering.
Arc shadow.
Sagani draws up beside you, her wide eyes fixed on the dying stag. Aloth's face pales. Verith's wheel, is that? One of the hunters takes a step forward, and Sagani raises her bow, an arrow notch.
Any closer and you'll bleed out next to him.
Her voice is low and tremulous.
I never thought I'd prepared myself to meet a stranger. To share the honor and history of my village with someone who had no knowledge of us. Even someone who'd scorn our way of life.
As the hunters back away, she lowers her bow. She watches the great beast's labored breathing for several seconds. If you're going to finish this before it's too late. No, if you're going to do this, you've got to hurry.
I was going to tell him about the years of abundance in Masuk. How his granddaughters have hunted caribou, and his grandsons made our walls strong. But he'll be gone in minutes.
Trust your instincts.
There's no point to any of this, is there?
She kneels by the fallen stag. Placing her hand on its head, she begins speaking. Her voice is steady and measured, and her words are guttural and unfamiliar. At first you think she's reciting a poem in her native language. After a moment you realize that she is listing the names of every person in her village. At last you hear her speak her own name. The stag takes a final shuddering breath and falls still.
If you've finished your chanting, we need to get to work before the meat spoils.
As Sagani rises, one of the hunters turns to her. She looks up, and for a moment, horror and anger flash through her eyes. But as she looks at the dead deer, she shrugs and turns, leaving the lusterless Adra figurine in the dirt.
I've finished what I came to do. Let's go.
At once.
I don't think I've ever done this before. Oh, is that a cave? Hey-oh! Let's go into a random cave. That sucks.
I'm ready. Got it.
Caves and sewers are pretty equivalent, but people don't hate caves. Alright. That's because sewers usually contain annoying enemies, I guess. I don't know. Don't really have an opinion on this. Dagani just became the best character in the entire game by far. Oh no, she's putting another group! Oh no! Stupid dominated enemy! Well. YouTube video top 10 sewer levels. Big AoE knockdown. Be good.
I'm here.
Sneak attack bonus. No thank you. Rite of Ancient Legends. Friendly AoE plus 3 lore for 120 seconds. Starting to think gnomes are kind of cool. Why? I don't think they kind of do anything. They're kind of just like alt halflings. That's all they are to me. I don't really understand them at all. Otherwise, it's just like just alt halflings. Been playing through old Eurojank games. Man, I love these broken janky games. Gothic Risen. I've tried playing Gothic like once. I also tried playing Risen like once ages ago, but it's one of those games where I like barely figured out how to walk, so I just gave up. Silent Storm? I don't think I know what that is. Elder Antelope? No, Adragon. Don't kill me. Can I dominate you before you do anything? No. The next Adragon. World War II tactical RPG, sort of like XCOM. Okay. There's another game like that as well. But that was after EU was a thing. What's that one called? With this, it's like a spy game, I think. Yeah, it is.
Ready, watch.
I've been told that one's good, but I don't know. The third-person game? I have actually finished Divinity 2, I think. I don't remember. I think I got to at least the end, but I don't know if I finished it. Have you played Dragon Commander? Dragon Commander is like Black and White. It's kind of cool, and it can be kind of like almost enjoyable while you play it for a while. But then you finish it and you realize that it was just a fucking crash tech demo, and there's not an actual game there.
I'd be glad to.
Like Black and White could also be cool if it wasn't just a shitty tech demo. The clouds above the cliffs of the Northweald reflect on the iridescent surface of this pillar of aura.
I'd be glad to.
The Nest.
I'd be glad to.
Never played Black and White 2. It's if you played Black and White 1, it's like Black and White 1, and it's exactly the same. It doesn't have more content or anything. It's exactly the same. You finished the tutorial, and that's the entire game. Congratulations. You just finished the entire game.
Ready, watcher.
And Dragon Commander is the same. Like, once you finish the tutorial, the game's over. So the only real thing you can do is play it in like skirmish mode, I guess. But there's just not really much of a game there, except for like slapping your dog around, and then there's another guy that you kind of kill, I guess. But Dragon Commander tries to be like Civilization. Like you've got other factions and such that you can interact with, but it's exactly like Civilization, you know. It's like offer trade deal, offer peace, yes, no, and then they always say no. Basically. Wait, maybe there's something there. We gotta check that. Yeah, I was always more in favor of Japan Jank as a kid. So, while I did play loads of Eurojank as well, I kind of wasn't really as interested in them. Just because they usually had dog shit aesthetics as well. Like, Japanese games at least usually looked cool, right? And it had a completely different and more appealing aesthetic, at least as a teenager, in my opinion. But Eurojank games usually just looked like shit, and they also played like shit. There was like almost no winning there. I mean, I kind of get it. There's some charm to it in some way, kind of. They're not immune to crushing.
I'm here.
I don't think I have played Gothic much. There is another game. I think it's... Is it Two Worlds 2? I think maybe that's the one I played. Either that or I played one of the later Gothics. I just remember like running around in some world. Not really much to go by. These guys are immune to pierce. Come on. You can do it. Alright. They're immune to piercing. There's a little bit too much of that in this game. Immunities. And I just don't think it's a very... I honestly don't really know how I would prefer weapons to work. I think I would opt for functionality rather than just passive, like, this works against that. Because I don't think that is a good mechanic, really. Like, I would rather have, you know, a sword can cause... like has an attack that causes bleeding or something like that, while a mace has like a stun skill or something, you know, just so it's a little bit more practical. And there you can also make an enemy immune to bleed, for example. That way, like, a sword has less functionality against certain enemy types, but like, just straight up, this enemy is immune to pierce and stuff. It gets a little bit annoying as well, because you have to keep track of every single enemy and, like, look at their resistances every single time you fight a battle. And then you have to micromanage your character's equipment all the time. Like, oh, okay, nope, Adira has to switch over to a mace, and now she also has to switch over to a mace, and now, you know. And then sometimes they might have two enemy types in the same encounter that are, like, immune to different things, and then you have to switch even more times, and I don't know. I think it could be done in a better way. Yeah. Honestly, I'm not really that interested in the fighting anymore. When I play games like this, I kind of like them more as a visual novel. That's why, like, that's why I like Kingmaker, because I think that the dialogues are really good, and it's got, well, the dialogue choices are really good. The way you can RP in it is really nice. It's also why I really like Tides of Numenera, and also why I like Disco Elysium, because Disco Elysium doesn't have combat, so it's just a different game. It's more like a point-and-click adventure game at that point.
What happened to him?
But I'm just more interested in role-playing nowadays than gameplay. It has a lot of writing. Like, you can't expect a CRPG. There are so many negative reviews that are like, this is just like reading a fucking book. And you can't expect anything else if you go into it. Because they made a huge mistake. Because they attached themselves to the Torment name. And it has nothing to do with Torment. Whatsoever. Like, it's not Planescape Torment. It isn't the same world, it isn't the same style of game, it isn't the same style of writing, it isn't the same in any capacity whatsoever. So that's like where half of their negative reviews come from. This isn't as good as Torment or Planescape at all. Like, yeah, I guess. But like, not at all. It's just some people expecting, you know, another just Infinity Engine CRPG, and it's not that in the slightest. It is weird though. But that's kind of what I like about it. Like, they've got they've got like a world-spanning network. Just the internet. You can just connect to the internet with your brain, because the entire atmosphere is just saturated with nanobots that just are like internet. And they have stuff like that, and I just like it. And like, and the thing is, nobody made it. Like, nobody in the world actually made it. And yeah, that is a huge part of the setting, because the game takes place in the Ninth World, and the Ninth World is just like human civilization that is like settled across like the galaxy. But it's the ninth civilization after all other 8 civilizations have collapsed entirely. And that's the idea, that all of the creations and like every single piece of garbage ever made in those 8 previous civilizations are just strewn across the entire world. So basically you've got like sediment layers, and then after a while it becomes like garbage layers. Like random inventions layers. And like 90% of these will just kill you, most likely. And they've got there's a nanobot storm as well, and the nanobot storm is like, it's like a malfunctioning repair bot storm. So whenever it comes into contact with anything, it tries to like repair it, but it like fails. So it just like flies around and repairs things, but it just turns people inside out basically, because they're trying to repair it by some other blueprint that doesn't match anything anymore, because it's been like a million years since it started. Beneath the raging waterfall, the corpse of an elven Glonfathan hunter lies shattered against the rocks. Broken bones protrude through its skin, but you also notice deep parallel cuts in the rotting flesh. The slashes trace almost every part of the body, as if it had been ravaged by a dozen blades. This man probably died before his fall from the cliffs above. You touch the dead elf's forehead, droplets of water glistening down its purple surface, and feel a sudden jolt from the hunter's lingering essence. The world around you fades away. You're walking among the underbrush without making a sound. Moonlight catches sight of your arms, shining them pale, but you quickly dart again into the shadows of the giant trees of the Northweald. Your blood brother is not so deft as you expected. Look at him, frail, unaware. He doesn't deserve to share the glory of this hunt. It's been countless seasons since a Stelgar like this one, twice the size of its lesser kin, has roamed the forests near Twin Elms. Arthur fell for the trick. You almost feel pity for him, but you've convinced yourself that he'd only get in the way once the killing begins. He'll be safer by the river, expecting that we'll flank the Stelgar when it comes out to drink, but this kill will be only yours. The Stelgar is larger than you imagined. It stands without fear atop the waterfall's ridge, its silhouette cutting a monstrous hole against the mantle of the night sky. A beast of legend, a true hunter. Your hand tightens around the shaft of your father's spear. The weight feels bad. Stop saying that! Please stop. The weight feels balanced, just right. As you prepare the throw, you put everything into it. The spear flies true and hits its mark. The Stelgar didn't even hear a sound. Its blood spills bright on the rocks, yet it stands unfazed. The beast pounces. Moonlight shines over its great fangs. Your hand draws your blades. Your hands draw your blades without a second thought as you lunge forward to meet this monster. It's fast. It's ripping your flesh apart. You stab at the darkness engulfing you, deep again and again, but there is no slowing its embrace.
Yes?
Alright, are we done here? Did I check that out properly? We didn't go to the nest. Though... we can go back here first, because there was someone talking about the nest. We can talk to them first. And maybe take a nap in Old Song. Two wood elves, a man and a woman, wear colorful robes embroidered with a matching emblem, a winged egg. Apart from their clothing, they couldn't be more different. She folds her arms and continually scowls at the broken walls around them. He, on the other hand, mutters prayers, his shaded dappled face as tranquil as cloudless
How
sky.
are we supposed to worship the Sky Mother from among the weeds, This is a disgrace.
Calm yourself. We should be grateful that she protected us from the winged terror. Besides, even here we have a visitor.
What's this winged terror you speak of?
A dragon. One that has taken up residence in the Nest, the true temple of Helia, and slain many of her faithful. And one which Anuin has been in favor of killing from the beginning.
This voice actor is the merchant in the beginning that dies.
But no, you advised caution. Now word spread that the dragon ate a few of our followers, and anyone willing to slay it wants an Anumphos ransom for the job.
How much money did this make? I'm a little bit curious. Pillars of Eternity Kickstarter. This game made $4 million. And they were already an established studio. And at this and even then the game is obviously suffering from being overscoped because of the Kickstarter, and they have like 4 voice actors. And my point there is simply, this is how hard it is, even when you have massive amounts of resources, to make good voice acting. And that is why you should be, as a developer, you should be extremely careful about even attempting to go down a full voice acting path. Especially in today's world, because all voice acting studios are shit. So you should just go for like grunts and stuff, to be perfectly honest. Like 99% of the time, that's what you should do. Because bad voice acting will kill your game. Otherwise, you're gonna have to be real fucking careful about what you're doing and who you're picking, and because the problem is you can't really, like, you have to use a studio. Like, you have to go through a studio that has people that can record on site somewhere where they're like collected. So they have like people living around there, more or less. Either that, or they're like super careful that everybody has the exact same microphone, the exact same sound card, the exact same capture stuff. But even then, the acoustics of the room will change what the recording sounds like. So getting recordings that all sound consistent is borderline impossible. Especially finding a lot of people who are all good enough voice actors and fit for what you want, etc, etc, etc. Because you can get tons of voice actors if you want to. It's really easy to find voice actors. They're like, everybody and their moms are voice actors. So if you really want voice actors, it's like the easiest thing ever. But yeah, you have to take blind fighting. Like, you have to. You have to. I tell you, you gotta just take it. Next level. Just take it, because you have to take it. It is mandatory. You have to take it. Otherwise, the game is borderline unplayable. I was this close to rage quitting my first playthrough. Because I didn't have blind fight. Or you cannot pick blind fight and find out why blind fight is mandatory. So that is your second option. You can always cheat it onto your characters later. She throws her hand up to the heavens and shakes her head. But no, you advised caution. Now words spread that the dragon ate a few of our followers, and anyone willing to slay it wants an Amphath ransom for the job.
I told you a larger party wouldn't stand a chance. By the time the first half reached the top of the mountain, the second half would still be stuck in the pass. They'd be burned alive. Contrary to Anuin's suggestion, I am in favor of sending someone to kill the dragon. But I suggest a smaller party, and one willing to seek Helia's blessing.
I think Tenebrous Depths might be kind of weird, because that's a DLC, right? I think so. Isn't it? Maybe it's not. Yeah, it's a DLC. Which means that it's not good. I didn't like it. I think I finished it though, but it was just kind of boring. In fact, it was one of the moments where I kind of didn't like playing the game because it was just boring. I think I kind of gave up doing that one. He folds his hands. Contrary to Onwin's suggestion, I am in favor of sending someone to kill the dragon, but I suggest a smaller party and one willing to seek Hylia's blessing. I could go after this dragon.
You could.
What she means is that this is no mere drake, but a fully grown dragon, and one that has willingly moved into a populated area. You'll want every advantage at your disposal, including the blessing of the Sky Mother herself. I would suggest that you petition her directly at Ter Evron, if you haven't already.
She points to a path on her right, leading north and up to a slope. You would want to follow this path here. You'll pass through the Northweald by the way up the mountain. But the way up the mountain continues from there. It's near one of those big circles laid by the builders. Let me ask you about something else. Language is also sacred to our goddess. Something else you wish to speak of? Oh, hiccup. This is the temple of Helia?
You hear this, Wag?
She rolls her sky blue eyes and elbows her companion.
Relax, Anouin. I'm sure he meant nothing by it. Forgive my consort. She's been rather excitable of late. This is not, as you seem to recognize, our actual temple. It's merely a shrine we've set up after the business with the dragon.
I'd like to know more about Hylia.
She's the goddess of song, art, the sky, and maternity. She's gentle and brilliant, speaking to her followers in dreams, inspiration, and birdsong. It is said that she wears a cloak adorned with a feather from every bird known to Kith or Wilder, and that she manifests in the flocks themselves.
Aye, and in the screams of childbearing, which I can assure you is not so beauteous a thing.
And this is true, which is why midwives are widely considered clergy of Helia, as are many artists and poets. In any case, those of us who follow her feel closest to her splendor in a place where we might share light, song, and a view of the blessed sky.
I have questions about the dragon. We'll tell you as much as we can. He gives Onwin a stern look. Has this sort of thing happened before? Never. Or our order would have started to resemble the Fangs a long time ago. But there's a reason this has happened now. She scowls. Let us be clear. You suggest that there's some misdeed in our midst, that we committed a crime against our goddess or some other and received our just punishment. Onwin, please. He lays a hand on her shoulder. She shakes his hand off. I don't know why these things happen, why our own mother goddess allowed scores of her followers to perish among flames. She narrows her eyes, speaking between her teeth. And if you ever discover why, I invite you to come back and tell the rest of us. How did the dragon come to be here? With a great beating of wings and a fiery roar. Who knows why those beasts come and go? It's here, and that's what matters. If you're asking why this has happened, only the gods know. I suspect it's a test of faith from Helia herself, but who can say? When did the dragon first show up? He looks skyward, thinking. It was several weeks ago. The creature cloaked the sky like a thundercloud and descended upon us all at once. There was no warning. Can you tell me anything else about the dragon? She opens her mouth, a crooked sneer on her face, but seems to think better of whatever she was about to say. After a pause, she says nothing. We truly wish we could tell you more, but we, like the rest of Helia's faithful, were running for our lives, and we were more fortunate than most. That's all I wanted to know about the dragon. Goodbye.
I'm here.
Right. Solid iron bars block a dark passage. They don't budge, and there doesn't appear to be any mechanism for raising them from the outside. Alright, well, we're back, so we can head back down to Hearthsong and tell him about his brother.
Valiant trading ships, but never seen the shores of Nasita. How did you find your way on your own, Sagani?
Well, it has taken 5 years, but Itamak never wants to ask for directions.
Perhaps you should take over as navigator in the future.
Like I always say, blame it on the fox.
So he is a fox. Okay. Well, I guess we've got that confirmed.
What brings you here?
You've returned. He glances at the huntress in the group. We hope you've found the truth about my brother's fate. You mentioned a blood hunt. What is it? We prove our worth in a blood hunt. We set out to stalk and prey, always a dangerous creature, and only one kills it first. The elven huntress interrupts with an exasperated sigh. Yes, but we hunt as pairs to bond, as Glanfathan, as one, not as enemies. 2 hunters, 2 tribes, 1 spirit. That is our way. Ridai glowers in response. Our way isn't to lie. We don't betray our brothers and sisters for our own gain. The blood hunt between your brother and Arthur has broken the communion of our tribes, Ridai. Do not dig in this wound until you can claim the truth. She turns again to face you. Perhaps our customs appear strange to you, but despite what you see now, we Glanfathans hold our bonds sacred. Ridai looks away and fumes in a restrained breath. The ancestors will forgive me and my brother when I clean the shame away from his name. He looks at the huntress, and from the taint it has brought to our tribe. I've concluded my task. It's time to speak with the Anamonfoth. What did you see? Where is Fjorm? Ridai takes a step forward. Tell me! Ridai, the huntress thrusts her palm between you and her companion. The truth belongs to all of us, even Arthur. You know this. Ridai hesitates for a moment. He wipes the sweat off his face, leaving traces of red paint on his hands. I am ready to share the truth with the Anamonfoth. He looks up, and I'll make sure that so is Arthur. Our paths cross again, Galzan Anams. I've been investigating Fjorm's disappearance. Indeed. Arthur and Ridai have spoken of little else. I do not envy your position, Galzan Anams. Yet your testimony may resolve the tension between the Keepers of the Stone and the twice-split arrows. She steeples her fingers. When you've gathered your evidence, I'll call a hearing. Let's begin. She nods. I will summon Arthur and Ridai. Their fates and the names of their tribes depend on what you will reveal to us, Galzan Anams. Bethel stands at the head of the hall, lit from behind by dozens of candles. She casts a long shadow across the floor. We've gathered to weigh the claims of Arthur and Ridai in the matter of Fjorm's disappearance. To that end, we are honored by the presence of Galzan Anams, whose insight will help us render a verdict. Murmurs of astonishment echo from the front of the hut. We begin with Arthur's claim. He asserts that Fjorm lured him into a confrontation with the Stelgar, and that he slew the beast on his own. Fjorm, he says, exiled himself, fearing that knowledge of his actions would heap shame on the Keepers of the Stone. She holds up a tooth as long as her arm. As evidence, he brings a fang from the great Stelgar. On the other hand, Ridai states that his brother was tricked and murdered by Arthur during the hunt. A hunter of Fjorm's renown would not have fallen in the blood hunt but by treachery. Her shadow flickers and dances in the candlelight as she looks to you. And now we turn to our Galzan Anams. We ask only that you share your observations, that we may find closure for these 2 tribes. She lowers her head. What fate befell Fjorm? Fjorm is dead. What? Ridai stares at you, his face contorted between surprise and anger. He turns to Arthur. How? You puny weakling! How? The Anamonfoth whips her neck towards the tribesman. Do not forget your place. Ridai's chest balloons, but he quickly lowers his chin in obedience. Arthur's eyes dart from side to side. The Anamonfoth continues. It saddens us to know this truth, but we must still reveal it deeper. If this is so, how did the giant Stelgar die? Fjorm killed the giant beast. Of course he did. Ridai shakes his fist, and looks to everyone in the hall. Arthur is just a feeble hunter from the twice-split arrows, and a liar. Fur bristles along Bethel's arms. Silence! Her slitted pupils narrow as she regards you. And now we come to it. Claim the truth for the 6 tribes, Gauls and Anums. Bjorn tricked Arthur and fought the giant Stelgar by himself. They killed each other in the fight. Arthur tried to cover Fjorm's shame, but lied about besting the creature. Your words echo along the passage of the 6 to the solemn audience. Bethel nods. It is as you say. We thank you for sharing your truth with us. The Anumanfoth turns to Arthur and Redai. Brothers of the tribes, let these wounds mend. Go in peace and contemplate the shame brought into our hearth.
I'm here.
I'd have a word with you. She turns back to you. A shame upon both tribes is not what I would have wanted, but we must learn to turn our faces to these hard truths if we are to survive the coming seasons. Your integrity is a boon to us. Please accept this with our thanks. Sheathed in Autumn. Unique one-handed sword. Superb. Plus 12 accuracy, plus 45 damage, plus 1 enemies engaged, plus 25% freeze damage. Alright, I'm gonna equip that instead of that dagger. Why not? It's just really OP. I just don't have anyone who uses swords. So the thing is, the only thing you get from the sword thing is plus. It's the same as in D&D, though it's worse. It is worse because in D&D or in Pathfinder you get plus 1 to hit from weapon focus, and that's 5% extra chance to hit. But then you also get greater focus, which is another plus 5, so you get 10%. But here it's plus 6% chance to hit with your chosen weapon, or the chosen weapon group rather. So this is plus 4 accuracy on this sword here, while this sword is plus 12 accuracy. So they technically have the same accuracy value. But this sword is just better because it's got more damage and freeze damage. So maybe we'll give that to him for the time being. He actually got plus 4 accuracy, plus 12 accuracy. Okay, so it's 8 more. But shouldn't... Plus 12 from Sheathed in Autumn. And there you get... Is this bugged? What is this called? Resolution? No, plus 4 resolution. Wait. Oh, I haven't given him it yet? Oh, he has Ruffian. Saber. Oh no, he has Weapon Mastery. Oh, alright, fair enough. I haven't given him the bonus yet. I only gave him a damage bonus. He'll have to use that for now then. Okay.
Absolutely.
I'm ready.
I'm here.
Access collected already? I thought I just did that. Let's go back to Kednua. 1 day, 18 hours. Jesus Christ.
Last thing the deer would need
I'm here.
is another foreign colony.
We have like... Oh, no. We finished building everything. Curio shop. Oh, cool. We got a bugged scroll in the top left. It is good to see you, my lord. I have all manner of odds and ends here, acquired from every corner of the Dyrwood. Spider venom, skulder ears, anything you might wish. Oh, Vithrak brain. But that's it. That just means we can make something exceptional now. Buy all of it?
I'm here.
Amazing. You could fit a whole village in here.
Lord Sidrock. How long is he here? I kind of want to take a nap first. 4 days, 24 hours. +2 mechanics. I'll fucking take it.
Have a moment to talk. A deer in the middle of Air Glonfoth.
Pagani shakes her head.
And I wasted 5 years looking for it.
She doesn't seem to notice as Itumak licks her hand. Surely you gained something from the experience. She laughs hollowly. Besides corns and a bad case of spotted fever.
I can't help but wonder what any of this meant. Whether Persoc's life with us even mattered when it could be covered up like tracks under new snow.
Everything in life is finite.
Can't argue with that.
She nods slowly.
How about me? How about you? You feel like you understand the purpose of your search for Theos?
I need to fix the evil he's perpetrated on the Dyrwood.
That's as good a reason as any.
He shrugs and gives you a lopsided grin.
Theos isn't getting any closer. I suppose we'd best keep after him.
I'd like to ask about something else. What's on your mind? I'm curious about your search for Persoc. I'll tell you what I can, but Tarnik Ilitzak pilgrimages like mine are rare. I don't wanna... It's too much, I'm too tired. Talk to this fella. It is good you're here. I simply must speak with you, my lord. Very well, let's hear it. You call for your allies and stride towards your throne. As I'm sure you are well aware, wealth has a way of birthing enemies. My fortress is beset by thieves. I am sure one of the lesser nobles is after my treasury. This has the stink of jealousy upon it. It will be weeks before I can secure my holdings, and by then it will be too late, and I haven't the connections to hire mercenaries on short notice. And so I turn to you, my lord. Is there anything you can do? I'll see that these jealous rivals are dealt with. Marvelous. May I inquire as to your intentions? I am sure Aloth can handle them discreetly. I'll have missives sent to every noble in my lands. Sure, let's do that. Letters, my lord? Do you think that's sufficient? I hate this. They'll heed my warning or be destroyed. We can't afford to be at each other's throats. I'm sure these nobles will see a reason. Do you think that's sufficient? Not. Of course. Forgive me for ever doubting you. We are blessed to have some sensible ruling at Caed Newr. Okay, I thought we were gonna go there and fuck up these thieves, but I guess I'm sending some letters. We have to load, don't we? Or do I have to... No, there, the scroll's gone. Let's go finish a level down here.
Gelade, well done. A formidable fortress in the old style. We don't build them like this anymore, you know. Not by the sea. Too vulnerable to cannons.
There are the stairs. Now I am doing Tenebrous Depths. Feels like Persona here too. Can I find anything here? Spikes? What do we do with spikes? Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow. Ouch.
It's done.
Key. Ouch, 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 ouch. Another key. Ouch, ouch. Ouch, 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 ouch. Ouch. It's got a unique one-handed spear. Accurate, exceptional speed. Yup. Ah!
Certainly.
What a piece of shit room. Ouch. Oh, ghosts?
Yes.
I'm stuck over here.
Come on, finish shooting.
That's not very helpful.
Immune? No, not immune to stun. Alright. The only enemies that can challenge me now when they're just one guy are enemies that are immune to stun. Pretty much. Or have like 120 fortitude. Might have a chance. Skull is thrown back in a grimace of agony.
I'd be glad to.
I shall be discreet. That...
Oh. Stunned. GG. It's over. You're dead. Adair is dominated for one more second. Don't shoot each other.
At once.
Slow and silent.
This kind of summon monsters, isn't it? No? Okay.
I'll see what I can find.
Dominated for 11 seconds. So if I do this now, will that cure that? Now he is not dominated, it is suppressed for 6 seconds, but it also disappeared, which is kind of weird. So I don't know if... Yeah, there it says dominated.
Stand together!
Oh no, crap!
I'm here.
mean, that's obviously a secret thingy. Hidden door. Can we not kill her? Okay, no, we killed her. Not very nice of you. And now I'm stunned.
What?
Absolutely.
Ready, Watcher.
We can still fight just without her. As long as she stays
I'm here.
hidden back there. Damn it. There. Now we can toss Chain Lightning. I just want to shoot one time so we can toss. Super knockdown. Oh no, never mind. Holy shit! Just wrecked them. Now, you guys want to stop being paralyzed? Oh, come on.
Breathe, Uli. Moeth Ixi Ana.
I'm here.
I think making a combat priest, like with a, if you make a Magron priest with a sword, you probably want to go really high on resolution, perception, and dexterity mainly. Because the thing is, you'll get slowed down by whatever armor you're wearing, of course, but casting a bunch of spells when you're in melee is just really annoying if you're not quick about it. Because it wastes damage that you could have done for one, and you'll get hit and you'll take like interruption damage.
Laying low.
You're just gonna stand there doing fuck all.
Right.
A Pogra! I fucking hate Pogras. Let's dominate the Pogra. Oh no, let's dominate the Men Pogra. The Men Pogra is much worse, I think. Though I'm not sure which one is worse, but the Men Pogra has an additional prefix to her name, so I assume she's worse. Otter beetle means longsword.
Lavaru, be on seat!
Oh,
I'm here.
Hey.
alright. I'm starting to think it is rest time. Holy shit! That's a lot of beetles.
Got an arrow.
Why are they just standing back there? Are they just shooting me with laser beams or something? They are weak against pierce. I don't think we can really do any piercing damage though. But what we can do is we can dominate one. Dominate one of the back or further away ones.
Be cautious. Be constant.
Exceptional greatsword. We're still just using a fine greatsword, so pop that bad boy on.
Yes?
Haven't had any luck with greatswords in this game so far. This all looks pretty damn explored, except for this little thing here, whatever that is. And it's obviously a secret entrance, but I haven't seen anything that really indicates how you would open it.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
Hey. That wasn't so hard. One broken blade. Oh, the broken blade. Now we can fix the broken blade. It's probably gonna be another shitty longsword. It's probably gonna be worse than the longsword we have now. This is really, really strong. I hope it's a great sword though. I think it's a longsword.
Absolutely.
Good shot.
What?
He got paralyzed.
You've got a good shot.
This spell that we took, it kind of sucks. The AoE heal. But maybe it's okay-ish. It's just that it's point-based around what he's standing. I was hoping he'd be able to just like go in and pop it on the ground and then leave it, but that's not where we ended up. $700 XP from killing that. No, 800 XP.
At once.
Get a lot of XP for finishing this. I wonder if the raw damage is good there. Probably not. What we should also do is pop in one of these bad boys. How far can you reach from there? There. Alright. Oh, Eater Monk, don't die.
How may I help?
Oh, there's a Manpogra here.
Lava through beyond sea.
No. Everyone's just stunned. What's even attacking me? Is it the X-Arch?
I'm here.
I don't know, just stun him to death.
Hey.
gosh! You're just dropping ice on me.
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, we got a Withdrack Brain. That means we can upgrade another weapon or armor. I kind of think I'll upgrade one of our armors. We're not really getting many interesting armors, so I think I'll just upgrade their normal ones. And they really desperately need it. Hers gives her plus 50% armor damage reduction when under 25% health, which could potentially give her +18 plus 9. That's an absolute buttload. Right now it only gives her 5. It's fine, but I could make it exceptional now. So an Otter Dragon scale would be nice, I guess. Spots where you can see there is a hidden room on the map, and when you go there, nothing you can do reveals the illusory wall. Apparently people modded, and these are just empty rooms. Right? DLC content.
I'm here.
I hate Autogons!
Hey.
Please don't kill me! No, don't do it, no! Gotta get rid of that Autogon, because the Autogon is insane.
Lavaru, be on seat.
Redditors considering convincing themselves this is the devs being clever and messing with the player. Yeah. That's totally what's going on there.
Quietly now.
Not just a shitty DLC. We seem to need to rest. What is this? Rod of Pale Shades. Unique rod. Attacks can stun on crits. Inflicts disorienting for 5 seconds on hit.
I'm here.
I'm a little bit sad because like I said, I don't feel like I can RP my character properly in this game. So I just don't really feel that attached to it because it doesn't feel like it makes sense. It's too smooth, that's what it is.
I'm here.
Sporelings.
I understand.
Oh. evil clever. Evil petty. Alright. These guys are weak to fire. Why don't we pop a merciless gaze? Oh, don't trigger traps, you fucking ass. Itumak is dead. Oh shit, I'm alive? Did not realize. Well, not for long. Maybe this is what I need to pop down. Can't really get it in a good place. Maybe there. Oh, stop! Can I arrest the dog? Dog is up.
I shall. How many?
Then we do another one of those there. Oh! I don't really know what happened to Palagina, but she doesn't have a green ring anymore. For some reason. Oh, come on.
I'm here.
Oh. Another shitty wand that I won't use. Kadub's Hazel. Plus 10 accuracy granted on an ally attacking the same target. Jolting touch on crit 1 per encounter. Super lame. 2 RNG. I don't like the weapons that just are 2 RNG. Ouch, 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 ouch.
Ready, Watcher.
What's up with the traps? Can you detect them? Why are these guys friendly now? They were evil just now.
Sir, Absolutely.
Why, hello there, Otter Beetle and all these other guys.
I'm doing the job.
These enemies need fart clouds. And I need you to attack the Odragon, because he's insane. Same with you, really, if you can. Oh, use the pistol. I want another fart cloud in there. Oh, everybody's dead. Cool, that's cool, that's cool. Choke point is killing me. Alright, now both can fight. What just happened?
I'm here.
Shade! Shade! Oh, come on.
Yes?
How many?
Of course.
Done now? A winding mass of vicious thorns and thick vines spans the gap between the cavern walls. There are spaces here and there in the vegetation, and you can see into the chamber beyond, but it will be difficult to pass through unscathed. Look at the vines. The vines have grown so thick and tangled as to form a nearly impenetrable wall. Many of the thorns are as long as the span of your palm. From time to time you hear the faintest creak as if something has shifted slightly within the mass. Cut away at the vegetation with a weapon. You deal a sturdy blow to the nearest vine and get little result. These vines seem unnaturally resistant. No amount of hacking, smashing or cutting seems to have much effect. It would take far too long to cut away all of them. Alright.
At once.
Go get the quest item.
I'll see what I can find.
More trap, right?
Yes?
Why were they friendly? Giant dank spore. I'm gonna dominate the Manpogra. Dominated for 14 seconds, cool. I'll dominate you back.
Beyond.
And he's dead. Man, this spell is actually bad. Like it kind of ruins every single encounter. Because it doesn't have a proper counter. And all it does is just do like 200 damage to every single one of your characters. Like that's just what it does. It doesn't do anything more interesting. Adir is standing right there. Earthblight. Oh, and she's down too. Deadman Cobra. Now let's see, how many can we resurrect here? Oh, fucking Earthblight. Why won't you just disappear? Cast the big heal instead. Confused? You didn't get healed because you're confused? No, Sagani's down. This is a dispel, but it only dispels beneficial effects from enemies. When I need a better dispel for hostile effects. Like there just isn't one. Also, I think like if someone gets dominated, you can't do spells like this. Minor Intercession, it reduces hostile effects by 5 seconds. You can't use that on someone who's been dominated, because they count as an enemy. I don't know what this spell does, so we're gonna use it. It's supposed to do shock damage. $20 shock damage in an AoE. $16. Instant death. Alright. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna try a disintegration on the big lad. And we're just gonna pray that that is good enough. Maybe now we can avoid being bewildered and confused. It doesn't cure it, but it prevents it. That might be good enough. They can be knocked down. And the other one. Oh, come. Already ran out. Fuck you, dank spore. Ring of Thorns. Dex +3, reflex +5. 50%, no, 50 defense while stunned, 50 defense while prone. Be good. Oh, come on.
What?
Lots of traps everywhere. Viorina's Leaves. Unique rapier. It's got Vicious. Plus 20% damage against prone, stunned, flanked enemies. Plus 5 accuracy. Plus 12 accuracy. This is just a really good rapier, but nobody uses a rapier. Well, Aloth does, but the only time he uses a rapier is when he is confused and is trying to kill everybody. So I don't know if it's really worth equipping him.
Absolutely.
Okay, so somehow, maybe if you're a druid or something, you can sneak by this and just don't fight them, I guess. So it's almost time to stop. Maybe we'll see what's down here and maybe finish this and then be it for today. Fat squirming larva, bob in this green liquid.
Yes.
Not to alarm you, but I'm slowly. I'll see what I can find.
The dog can make it all the way in there. I mean, their damage reductions are really shit as it is, so maybe I don't bother with that. Let's look at our 5th level spells after this, because I really want better 5th level spells. The fart is good, but it's too hard to use. The sleep sucks. The spirit lance sucks. And Blast of Frost is good as well, but it's also annoying to use, because half the time everybody's in the way, so you can't do anything with it.
I'm here.
You need an Arctic fox of your own.
These nests appear to have been abandoned and claimed by the spiders. A few hold bones and remains. A group of robed figures blocks passage. Their heads bear a fearsome resemblance to those of the spiders that infest these caverns, their mandibles clacking in small constant movements. In the dim light of the caverns, their round black-eyed eyes gleam like gems. They look up as you approach. You feel a peculiar itchy sensation in your head, as if someone were running thin fingers through your thoughts. A muted sense of distress fills your mind, followed by a far louder screech of alarm from one of the robed creatures. As one, the creatures turn toward you and attack. Not illithids, that's what these guys are. Dominated for 20 seconds. There's no way to get rid of it. Maybe, nope, that doesn't cure it either. That only works on... Oh, maybe that works. Dominated. Oh, nice. That's a way to get rid of dominated at least. But it's kind of funny, this spell here. It grants immunity to charm, terrified, stunned, petrified, paralyzed, dominated, and weakened. But it only works on friendly targets, so if someone is dominated, you can't cure them with it. What?
Absolutely.
They'll die. Vithrek Brains. Now that's a lot of things we can upgrade now. Well, the thing is, it's a lot of things we can upgrade, but we've just found gear that makes everything exceptional anyway, so it doesn't matter. But we can upgrade this to exceptional. Costs 2,000. Yeah, sure. And yours too, exceptional. Out of sapphires. Over. Now this one is accurate 2. That gives us +8 accuracy, so the only thing exceptional does here is 30% more damage, but I think that's still worth it.
At once.
30% more damage is still quite a bit of damage, even when you only do like 19. Oh, assholes. You feel a scratching sensation in your head, followed by a sudden, high-pitched ringing. Scattered images flash within your mind's eye. You see a mass of nests set against a cavern wall, stretching up into the darkness. A vast network of webs, somewhere far beneath the surface. You see too the sentries you have recently slain, their bodies lying crumpled on the cavern floor. When the images fade, you see another of the spider-faced creatures standing before you. It raises its clawed hands. You feel another twinge inside your skull, and then words emerge within your mind, in a voice wholly alien to your thoughts. Ora huduvanti. Narot uvraknat. Old Vilia. Well, how can you learn that? Do you know any Adiran? The creature makes a strange chittering noise. In your head you hear, a deer tongue. Many turns of wheels since last given thought. Animal is trespassing. Nests are here. Risk much is defending. Protectors are dead. Animal is sated. Animal listens now. The creature makes a clacking sound. Not fighting. Those guards attacked me first. Guards have not survived attempt, the creature notes calmly. I'm not an animal. The creature regards you silently for a moment. Human animal, it corrects simply. Okay, I don't like them. They're monsters. I'll show you an animal, spider face. The creature emits a high piercing whistle of alarm and raises ominously into the air. All around you more creatures glide forward. I mean, obviously they're not exactly friendly. So I don't really want flying mine demons underneath my base. I mean, there's... Are you kidding me? Alright, we have to do this again. It was that one. Protection against backstabbing.
Not to alarm you. Not getting through me. Slowly dying of poison.
They were ridiculously easy. For some reason, they didn't do anything. I guess their entire shtick is mind-bending you. Am I still in combat? There. Unique dagger, drawn in spring. 25% damage inflicted over time, 50 seconds. I kind of like that they you don't have multiple attacks in this game, like you do in D&D as well. Because they have that, and because it's not actually turn-based, they can have true attack speed on weapons, so that you do attack faster. 8 glittering eyes look out at you. A small spider huddles in the back of this nest. It hisses. These large nests appear to be woven from a thick, sturdy silk. But that makes no sense in a tabletop game. I mean, you can kind of do it, to be honest, if you just used like an initiative system that you roll initiative and then you just like add a number to it after that, and then you can kind of figure out whose turn it is. But it's a little bit convoluted. Or not convoluted, but everything that has like something you have to calculate or whatever, it's overhead that kind of gets in the way of actually playing the game.
Yes?
Spellbook. Even at a distance, these bottles and jars exude strange odors. Small grotesque items float in the murky liquid. Like even the role-playing game that I like, which is a Swedish game called Eon, it was a little bit overcomplicated, and we kind of simplified it. Because it had an initiative system, right? And when you made a character, you could get something called more or less like battle or combat experience. And this was just a stat. And this stat helps you do a lot of things in combat, including acting quicker. But you also, I think you also do that like based on your agility. You also get a little, like you. I think you kind of add them together. I don't really remember. I think it's like 2 stats added together divided by 2, and then you get that, your initiative value. But what it did was it didn't just have initiative and like you attack and then the other guy dodges. It also had a what should I call it? A momentum system. That's kind of what the gameplay was. Like that was the real gameplay. We didn't use that, but it had a momentum system. So if you attack someone and you win the initiative, so you act first and you attack somebody, then they are on the defensive. And when you're on the defensive, you have to regain the momentum, and doing that is like super risky. So you have to make an attack that is more difficult, or some, I don't really remember what the exact rules were, but it was harder. And if you did attack and hit, you would do like half damage, but then you would shift the momentum back into your favor, and they would have to do the same. And you kind of had to choose, right? I think. Well, no, not really, because you would still evade. Yeah, that's the thing. That's why we didn't really use it. Because you don't necessarily need it either for the system to work. Like, you can just do a normal turn-based, just you attack, the other guy defends, right? And then it's his turn, he attacks. But if you wanted to, you could also use the complicated system. And I do think it does add important things to it, but it's really only if you want to really differentiate between, like, a trained soldier compared to a guy who knows how to swing a sword, right? And has never been in combat. It was also heavily tied to, like, having... There was a book with just, like, combat techniques and stuff that you could get, that you could grab, or combat styles and whatnot. And that was, like, really heavily tied into that, so we barely ever used that. But... I don't really know what my point is, but... the point was just that maybe you can... Well, I mean, that was also completely separate to the point. I was kind of talking about a tabletop system being able to have a speed system, but that was not really related. Now, I was going to check something, but first let's check this new book. It comes with Minor Grimoire Imprint. Gives the caster access to up to 3 free 3rd level spells from target wizard. I don't want that, but... Is that really what I just picked up? The Leaves of Essence, that's what I picked up. There we go. Death Ring. Calls a black ring of necrotic energy into being that spreads out in all directions, causing corrode damage to enemies it touches, and potentially destroying those with low bullshit. And this is the one that makes you super strong in melee. Plus 20 deflection, plus 20 accuracy, plus 8 all martial stats. Is that haste? Yeah, this is haste. Though this also does damage, but not that much. It only works on yourself, too. Hmm. Now, what do we have on 5? Torrent of Flame. No, it sucks. Terrified and Weakened. Accuracy reduced by 20. Will and Fortitude reduced by 20. But I really hate that, so let's get that instead of that. The Spirit Lance sucks. Well, I mean, if I use this, the Martial Prowess one, maybe Kitsal's Spear can be good if I cast that first and then I cast Kitsal's Martial Power. Fine. And this is corrode damage on enemies only. Alright.
Certainly.
Oh yeah, I remember what my point was. My point was that extra systems can cause annoying overhead for gameplay. That was what the point was. These guys do cold damage, but they are not strong against cold. Don't stand in the weird thing here.
Not too alarming, but I'm slowly dying.
I think we've destroyed the main encounter here. Historic. There's a random enemy there. Okay. Oh, historic. You feel a sharp and sudden pain in your head, immediately followed by a harsh and alien voice. Ajik, Kalethuar, nay, human, Eder Vasti. The creature makes a peculiar clacking sound before its voice speaks in your mind once more. I name it Trespasser, Killer, Lingerer in the Bright Places. What is it where is it going? I'm searching for the master below. It seeks servitude? The creature lets out a rattling hiss, perhaps laughing. There is no master. All is dead below. You too now. Cool. Ituma, go forth, kill the guy. Oh, fuck, I love this spell. So nice.
Kinda stuck. Look over here.
Holy fuck. The Vithrak sinks to one knee, a hissing, gurgling rattle in its throat. It is a vile, scheming thing. I curse its eggs, its family. May it go stumbling into the dark to die. Finish it, worm. Why would I take him as a prisoner? As you wish.
Hey. Absolutely.
For fuck's sake! You just cannot detect traps.
I'm on the trail.
So useless. Which is my bad for relying on her.
Ready, Watcher.
Should at least go in on my own, so that you failed to disarm the trap. Okay, then trigger it.
That's it!
You can trust.
I'm... here.
Sure.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm ready.
Polished pommel stone. Oh, okay. Oh, there was the last thing that we needed for the sword. Still. These remains are old and brittle, and the scattered fragments along the cavern floor suggest they were dragged here. But we'll stop there. We can go and repair that sword now. Let's see if there's a master staircase here. Well, not that we can see. Let's save there, and then we'll continue tomorrow. Well, until next time, thanks for hanging. Have a good night. Bye-bye.